Sound check, sound check. Paul, can you hear me? Okay, that's got to be distracting in some way.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh my God. Chuck, this is the Lord speaking.
All right.
Mute thyself.
Um,
I should mute.
good morning. We're going to give folks online a couple more minutes to log in, and then we'll begin. Can folks online, someone unmute themselves, and let's see if our phone works. We can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Can you hear me, Chuck?
Yeah, we got you too. Thank you. Folks online, please stay on mute unless you want to talk. Then you're welcome to join us. All right, so let's get started. And I think we're going to start with just simple introductions today. I want to start with folks on the phone because I know that we never recognize them as much as we should. And just to make sure, just to limit the amount of chaos, let's start by hearing from people east of the Cascade Mountains. Anyone there want to introduce themselves?
This is Terry Mapes with Benton PUD.
Anyone else from east of the Cascades?
Rochelle Humphrey from Vista Utilities.
All right, how about west of the Cascades and Everett or north? How about Seattle metropolitan area in general?
Darren Schwend with Notkin Mechanical Engineers.
What do you mean, vocal? I think we're working. How about folks, South Center or all the way to the Columbia River?
Jeremy Bromley with Keith Lee Barber Associates.
Okay.
This is Jennifer Snyder with the UTC.
Hi, Jennifer. Anyone else on the phone that wants to tell us their name and be recognized? All right, let's start going around the room. Let's start in the back. Remember the routine is you pick up the little gizmo on the desk and you make sure you have a green light. And why don't we start in the back row there?
Morgan Heater with Ecotope.
Nicole Ballinger, City of Seattle.
Carrie Mead, NEEC.
Amy Willis, the Northwest Energy Coalition.
Hi, this is Peachy Aquino. I'm from Northwest Energy Coalition.
Steve Mathis from Fred Hutch Cancer Research Center.
Satiris Daly, Washington Department of Transportation.
Brian Russo with Tacoma Power.
Luke Howard, Department of Commerce.
Norm Mentor, University of Washington.
Santiago Rodriguez Anderson, SBW Consulting.
Poppy Storm, 2050 Institute.
Faith DeBolt, SBW Consulting.
Okay, that's our walk around the room here. Is there anyone that's joined us online that would still like an opportunity to say good morning to us all? Okay, apparently we've covered the waterfront here. I want to remind folks that in order to stay connected to our process, the best way to do it is to log into the Commerce Buildings website. It's commerce.law.government.gov/buildings. That'll get you there. We list the contents of each meeting there, including our discussion drafts. We're going to try and post our discussion drafts at least a week before each meeting, so folks have time to review our work. Agenda of the meeting today. Do I have an agenda? I don't want to take time to pull it up on screen. So the agenda is also posted on that website. If folks are in their offices and want to grab a copy, go to that website to pick one up. The primary objectives here today is first to kind of give folks an overview of how we're going to develop these rules as a group. We're still in pre-rulemaking. We're looking at draft recommendations for changes to the standard 100 today. We may do a few rules outside of the standard, but the standard is certainly the focus of our work for the next number of months. Then we're going to dive in and review ASHRAE 100 sections 1, 2, and 3. Commerce has made some recommended changes, mostly to align with the statute. And then we're going to have a discussion on the preliminary methodology for determining the energy utilization index targets. That's basically the overview of our agenda for today. Once again, if you're online and you don't have a copy, you can get one from that website that I referenced, commerce.wa.gov/buildings. I just realized I didn't introduce myself. I'm Chuck Murray, Department of Commerce. I'm not sure Annika introduced herself. No. Paul's back there on the boards. Luke just joined us this month. He's our newest member of the team here. And you can hope we'll have time to chat with you during some breaks here today as well. So I'm going to begin with an example of how we're going to develop rules here, what the format is we're seeking to accomplish at the end of rulemaking. And the idea here is we're going to do it the same way they do the state building code, which is we're going to adopt by reference, which means we start with the reference document and all we do is change things in standard 100 that we need to meet the statutory requirements or to provide additional clarity. And what I pulled up on screen here is the authority that for the State Building Code Council. Let's see. Not exactly the place I thought I was. Oops. The format. I'm sorry about this. Yes. That's okay. Here we go. I was in the right place. So basically what we do is we adopt by reference, like I mentioned before. What that means is, again, we're going to make modifications to this standard 100 draft. And just to kind of get into the meat of how our end product looks, is we get down in here and you're going to see that for any given section or page, the only thing that will appear in the state document are the changes that we have made. Every practitioner is still going to need a copy of standard 100. That's how we manage not disrupting the copyright that's on the ASHRAE document. And so you'll see here that there are many nearly blank pages in this book. They tell you which page is the original page that references or belongs in your book. And once again, all that appears in here is the final text of the document. So that's what we're working towards, something to that effect. Now, what Commerce did is we published a set of draft changes to the, for this part of the process, we're asking folks that want to make comment to use the same methodology we've used here. Whereas we're using standard markup format. You know, if it's new language, you underline it. You cross out language that needs to be deleted. Find an example there. Here's an idea. Authority having jurisdiction. Since the Washington State Department of Commerce is the authority having jurisdiction here in the state of Washington, I thought I would just say that here. So today's exercise is actually pretty simple along these lines because all we've done is the first few sections of the standard, which aren't particularly controversial. Unless folks have additional comments they'd like to make, things we've missed, we'll be able to move on fairly quickly to the next discussion. I am going to allow folks a chance to see a few of the edits and kind of talk through where they came from, just so folks get an idea of what we're up to and feel comfortable with Commerce's role here. Once again, this is sort of a repeat of the paragraph I showed you at the beginning of the building code, where we state we're going to adopt by reference this particular standard. We don't have WAC numbers yet, so I just threw some X's in there. Anyway, pretty simple. I won't make you stare at it too long. Purpose, we've added the leading statement within the first paragraph of our statutory authority in adopting this standard by rule. Washington Department of Commerce shall seek to maximize reduction in GHG. And then once again, adding to the scope something straight from our legislation and referencing the original RCW. All pretty simple so far, but I'm going to stop and see if there are any questions. Okay, moving on to definitions. What we've done here is primarily work the definitions that came in the original statute, House Bill 1257, into our standard. One new addition is, for example, the definition of agricultural structure, which came out of the RCW. There are many references in the standard to applicable building codes. I define them here as the codes of the state of Washington. Once again, authority having jurisdiction. Baseline energy use intensity. That is once again right out of the statute. Building owner. Once again, reference to the statute. Conditional compliance. It was defined in the standard, but we have a somewhat different definition in the statute, so we applied that. I also, I don't like necessarily having these section references in here. In case all of a sudden we want to say conditional compliance someplace else in the document, it may not end up there at the end. Oh, that's not good. Okay, I apologize to the folks online. Hopefully you've been able to follow along with the documents available.
I have a question about that.
Sure.
So on there it says a temporary. So by temporary, what exactly does that mean?
Where is that?
You have to go back up to
Conditional.
conditional compliance is a temporary compliance method. So what does it mean by temporary?
It says that in the legislation. Perhaps we need to work that problem. Good question. I think in the standard it's like 15 months to demonstrate. The plan is that folks that have gone through all the steps will be, which includes perhaps the conditional compliance time period will be said to have done all the work. That's our intent. We'll have to make sure the language is clear in the standard. So I'm just going to make a couple more comments here on definitions and let other folks talk. Condition space is in here. So the standard, the legislation says that the buildings that are, that the standard only applies to the square footage area of the building that is a conditioned space as defined by the Washington State Energy Code. So we wanted to do some alignment with code by including definitions from the code book on conditioned space. It's a little different in the ASHRAE standard, and so we're going to have to work through that. It also allows you to think about things that don't apply are unconditioned spaces or semi-conditioned spaces, and those are also definitions from the building code. So you'll find those here. They're not in the legislation. It's us including things in that reference to the Washington State Energy Code in this document. Was that confusing? I guess not. Okay. So I'm going to simply stop saying much here and how do people want to proceed? Y'all are kind of bored. And I don't blame you. This stuff's rough.
Open it up for questions.
Yeah, Annika is going to, I guess we should have done this to start with. Annika has copies of all. Anyway, so once again, a week before our workshops, we're going to post our edits online. Gives you folks a chance to read them before you come to the meeting. Gives you a chance to look through the standard and ask yourself, is there stuff that Commerce didn't include that you want to provide a proposal for a change? And that's how we like to have this discussion, is that every meeting we're going to get together and we're going to grind through this stuff. That's how you get it done. It's not exciting work, but it is the work at hand. The questions?
Yeah, Thanks, Chuck. Jeff Glass. On this definition of gross floor area, obviously that's critical to which buildings are considered eligible, and it's also critical to the calculation of EUI. And as I look at that definition, it seems like it needs some more thought. Not to disrespect your work, but when I look at what the Energy Star portfolio manager talks about a definition of floor area, it's more specific about what is considered in a floor area and what is not considered in a floor area. An example being atrium. And I just ask that we make sure we make that definition as specific and explicit as we possibly can, so that there's not left to everyone's own judgment about how to calculate floor area.
So here's the conundrum. I wish, it'd be great if we built all these great definitions, but when there's one included in the legislation, it makes it kind of tough. And this one is included in the legislation by referring back to the state energy code. So now, is that a great? I'm sure that the folks that do commercial building code support get asked this question, and they have a set of answers that go with that, and perhaps we could query them and ask them, without messing with our legislation, how can we make this better? So, at any rate, I appreciate it. We've got another definition here that's right out of the code book that Luke and I were going back and forth on. Maybe we can make that better too. But you understand our conundrum about the legislation.
The second one?
Yeah, go ahead. Keep going.
Later on, there's a description of bundled energy efficiency measures in the definition. And for the first time, it introduces water conservation. It's unclear to me how water conservation applies to this legislation.
To the extent that reducing water use has associated benefits with reducing energy use, you would include it. And you would include the financial benefits in your calculation. So, as old as conservation, low flow shower heads. The shower head doesn't save any energy, but upstream, it certainly does. But we are looking at the UI change, not the water consumption change.
I mean, that means the bundled measures in that savings to investment ratio need to include water conservation measures.
If there's a potential for energy savings, yes. And in your benefits, there would be water savings. If it's cold water, we don't care, right?
Chuck, Norm Mentor. Question about the authority having jurisdiction. So you're stating, well, let me preface that with a statement. Going through the code in this linear way tends to, I may be asking questions that you're going to talk about later. So the answer certainly can be, it doesn't matter right now. The authority having jurisdiction named as commerce rather than, for instance, delegating that authority to local building officials. Is that what this definition is leading us to, that you've made a decision to administer this centrally at?
Under the law, this is centrally administered standard. Yeah, it's going to be at state level, not at the local jurisdictions.
Okay.
And I thought you were going someplace else with this. I'll comment on that.
Maybe I was.
It was
a trick question.
we may have to reconsider definitions when we're done with this whole thing, simply because we might find something that needs another definition, and that's perfectly acceptable.
Right.
We are still encouraging you to give us comments early so we can process them, share them with others. There can be a continued discussion over them. So that's why we present early. You know, we're going to loop through a few things more than once.
Okay, second question. Campus settings tend to have a lot of buildings behind the meter. We're concerned about district energy and how it's going to play into the overall code enforcement and the calculation of EUIs. Is there any opportunity here to consider changes to the site-based EUI as the standard and change the definition of source-based as they have in the Washington State Energy Code that's coming out this summer?
First, the state energy code is all site-based still. So, now the legislation says site-based BTU per square foot per year is our unit of measure. So we are site-based. So that's legislation, and I don't anticipate changing that.
Okay.
Any favorite definitions people want to stand to? I don't mean to torture everyone. Go ahead.
Chuck, this is Jeremy with KBA. One thing that we were looking at the last couple of days when looking over the definitions is there's a lot of talk in the ASHRAE about commissioning, but yet there is no actual definition for what commissioning is. I'm thinking it might be a good idea to put that in there because as it stands, there's a lot of ambiguity about what commissioning is. It's being used interchangeably between startup and QA procedures. So just wanted to run that past.
I'd welcome a definition here. I would encourage you to read the standard and see if commissioning is well enough defined as an activity. Another comment is some of our earlier workshops, there was discussion about whether or not we consider ASHRAE procedures around commissioning or if we simply adopt the commissioning procedures that you see in the state energy code. Those are things people talked about, and comments along those lines would be welcome.
Okay, yeah, we can send you over a proposed definition. Yeah, we can do that, definitely.
Yeah, and once again, to comment, we'd like you to write it up just like we have here, underlined, strike out whatever. And there's how to submit is on that webpage I referenced earlier.
Hi, this is Nicole. This is just a quick comment here. So we get a fair amount of questions with benchmarking about whether conditioned spaces cover below grade conditioned spaces, and in Seattle it does. I don't see that specifically called out here below grade, and I just wanted to point that out if that's something you do want to call out and if it is below grade is included.
Okay, we can, Luke, could you take some of these notes? Thanks. To make sure we don't miss it, send us a comment. That's it. Go ahead.
I have a question about the gross floor area and calculating UI. So the only unconditioned space excluded from that is the parking garage. What about other unconditioned spaces like storage units?
So within the state law, I'm going to have to think about the standard, but within the state law, the regulation applies to all buildings 50,000 square feet or larger. Because we need to kind of know the universe out there. Then, within the law, there's an application of exemptions. And exemptions are any unconditioned or semi-conditioned space. So even though, so if it's a 50,000 or 52,000 square foot building, but they have 10,000 square feet in garage, they have to report to us, but all they have to do is tell us their corrected square footage. So, and it's because we can't tell from any of our assessor data how much of the building is what. Go ahead.
So on the weather normalized definition, it says a method or for modifying the measured building energy usage. Has that method been determined?
We're going to have to adopt a method. I'm sure I'm not sure. I would like to think we're all going to come around to using Energy Star's weather adjusted EUI. I'm sure would make it easier. But that's something we're going to have to apply and put in our standard where it applies. It applies primarily to people seeking the incentives. Amy?
Process question. Can we have a version of this in Word that might be easier to post comments on?
I thought of that too.
Thanks.
After I opened this.
And then for, sorry if somebody else mentioned this, but for optimized bundle, a collection of EEMs. EEMs is needs a definition, or at least to be spelled out.
Okay, so we didn't identify EEMs in here?
Yeah.
Okay.
But EEM is in the standard, right?
Yeah, it's the top optimized bundle right there.
Yeah. So this is the ASHRAE standard, except for we're using a different economic criteria that'll be stated elsewhere, so we didn't put it in the definition.
So I know I already mentioned the temporary thing when it comes to conditional compliance, but isn't there a pathway, like if you don't have a target, you could end up in conditional compliance permanently, right? Because you're gonna do an audit and implement some of those measures.
I understand what you're getting at. And the answer could be yes or no, depending on how we write the rules, okay? And my intention is to write the rules in such a way that conditional compliance is that time period where you've installed all your measures, you've done all your work, we're waiting for the clock to run out on time for you to verify that your EY has changed. And then I hope to have a methodology where Commerce can acknowledge that you're done for this 5-year period.
Okay, even though the standard would say we're still in conditional compliance.
I don't recall what the standard says exactly, but that's what I'm trying to get to. We're going to try and get it by writing the rules so it's clear.
Okay.
Keep me honest through the whole process. All right.
So tagging on to that question, so then your 5 years is up and you're still in that same scenario where you don't have a target, do you have to go back through another audit at that 5-year cycle? So you're just in this kind of continuous 5-year cycle loop, or is there some way to go, my EUI hasn't increased by 5% over?
I haven't thought about it in that level of detail. The idea here is that people will have to report every 5 years, yes. I assume that we can create methodologies for folks to simply refresh previous audits. We will want them refreshed. We'll have to figure out the procedures necessary to do that. Paul?
Hi, Chuck. I have a question from Darren Schwend. Is there a definition of cost effectiveness criteria being considered? We typically see significantly different definitions from various people, whether they're the owner, energy auditor, building engineer, CEO, CFO, et cetera. Hopefully this will be made clear by the financial criteria that's been mentioned.
The only definition we have for cost criteria is the savings to investment ratio. It comes out of the legislation. We are going to have discussions when we get, I believe it's to section 9, about the cost effectiveness criteria. I think it's more of a how it gets developed in the standard itself than here in the definitions. Are there any other comments today? Once again, this isn't your last chance, but mostly what I'm doing today is getting people used to the process, giving them an opportunity to comment on the first couple of sections back to Commerce. And it's not going to get easier as we go forward. So reading ahead, getting the documents out the week before, having a look at them so you're ready to participate, that'd be great. If you want to participate most fully, type something up, send it in to us. All right, I knew that wouldn't take that long. We would wear out the definitions. Faith, are you ready to go, or should we give people 5 minutes? Okay, we're going to keep you going. I'm not sure Faith is ready, but.
Yeah, get started.
Great.
So is this presentation showing up on the WebEx?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks, Chuck. So I'm Faith DeBolt with SBW Consulting. Myself and Poppy Storm and Santiago Rodriguez Anderson are going to be talking with you, I think, most of the rest of the workshop about high level of our methodology and then digging into some details on how buildings use energy and how we're looking at that and getting input from you guys. And then talking about target setting criteria. And we're hoping that this is a very collaborative, lots of input from you guys session. So agenda, I think most of you were probably here last time, but I was going to go back over that timeline that I presented last time, high level methodology overview, and then dig into some of these, looking at how buildings use energy and then target setting. So this is kind of the whole stretch. Back in the fall, we started the pre-rulemaking process that we're in now. We presented back in December, and here we are today, kind of deep into the gathering input and developing the methodology. And we'll be back again to present a draft methodology at the end of February, and then a final methodology late March or April, and then targets, our draft targets in probably end of May time period. And then they'll be off and into the public hearings portion of this over the summer, and then finalized in November. So high level overview. So right now, the gathering input part, in addition to these workshops and some of the other means that we've been getting input, emails to Chuck and such, we've also been talking with other organizations, including NEA, Northwest Energy Efficiency Alliance, on the CBSA, the Power Council, Northwest Power Council, City of Seattle on their benchmarking data, as well as Portland with their benchmarking data. And then, so that's one step in the methodology. Go ahead, Chuck.
Could you tell people what's a CBSA?
Oh, sorry, CBSA acronym. Commercial Building Stock Assessment. So that's done by NEA, and it's the mostly the 4-state region, Oregon, Washington, Idaho, and Montana, and it's meant to give, it's a stock assessment of commercial buildings in the region. Yeah, well,
We've got a question from Steve Holloway. Cost effectiveness is defined in, and then he quotes the RCW. Might be worth a follow-up if the answer is going to be different than that definition.
oh, that's a question from Chuck's.
Yeah.
You want to answer that real quick?
So cost effectiveness is probably mentioned in a good number of state RCWs. However, one RCW doesn't necessarily, well, it doesn't apply to other RCWs. So that said, we're going to create a cost effectiveness methodology that's consistent with the savings to investment ratio that is defined here, as well as create a methodology for folks reporting that. And glad to talk about that at another time. Let's get faith before. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff. So first step, the gathering input, and then the developing the means by building type. And so one portion of that is first settling on what the building types are that we are developing the targets for. We're likely going to be using the portfolio, the Energy Star Portfolio Manager building types, but we're not developing 100 or however many of those building types there are in that taxonomy. So that's one step we're working on right now. And so I mentioned some of the organizations we've already been talking with. We're looking at incorporating regional data into the data set that the standard ASHRAE 100 targets are based on, the CBEX. And that's another acronym that I hope most people in the room already know what that is. It's the national version of the CBSA, basically. And then consider unique buildings and energy uses within buildings, and that's really what we're going to focus on here for the next 30 to 45 minutes, and also looking at the normalization factors and any adjustments that may be necessary for those. And then the next step in our overall methodology is working on the moving from the means to the targets themselves. So what are the criteria around establishing those targets if we were to do anything other than the mean itself? And then making adjustments from what the ASHRAE 100 targets are. So here, what we're going to do today is work on, we've come up with our preliminary list of what we know of the determinants of energy consumption in buildings to be. And then we've got our, how we think they're being accounted for, either in our process or already in the standard. So things like normalization factors, the ability to do the weighted average EUITs, they're exempt from the law, based on the law. And then they could be just they're already incorporated into the means just because there's enough of buildings that have those types of uses that it's already incorporated. And then looking at, doing a new or newer construction specific EUIT. And then there could be other things that we haven't thought of yet. So the exercise we're going to go through next is to see if there are some ways that buildings use energy that we haven't thought of yet. And then after that, and so we've got these big Post-its here, and we'll get your input there. And then we'll walk through these different ways to deal with those different kinds of energy use and figure out, how to basically populate this matrix, get your input on it. You can see we've started to do that ourselves. I'm not going to get into exactly how we populated this yet. There is a distinction between the X's and the asterisks. The asterisks mean that there's a possibility that applies, where the X's we're pretty sure that it applies, or there might be the star could be that some instances of that situation could apply to that box. So today we're doing this info gathering, but we also have a form posted online that you can provide your own input and submit. There's a link in this, so you can, if you go to the building's website, you can download this form, both this presentation, and then there's also a form. It's a workbook that you can download, and then there's a link to upload your input back to provide to Commerce. And this is just a snippet of the top of the form, so you can get a sense of what it looks like. And so there's more rows down here. And what's that?
The form is open.
Oh, the form's open.
It's an Excel document.
Let's see if I can get to it. Okay, this is it. Does this show on the screen, Paul? Does this Excel workbook show on the screen now?
Yeah,
okay. Okay. So I'm not going to go into a lot of detail with exactly what's.
It's on PowerPoint. It's not showing.
Oh, it's not? Okay. So I need to change this screen.
Like that.
So I don't want to spend a whole lot of time on this, but just a quick intro. Shrink this down a little bit. So just the different categories here. So accounting for variations in energy use and the description of what we mean there, what your input is, and then we want you to provide supporting details and justification for this. Give us some real information about what you're seeing there. And then, so target setting framework, and so this is broken out by kind of what affects the means, and then another box for target setting criteria. Poppy, is there anything else you want to say on this form? No. And then other that we didn't provide a specific place to put in. So now I'm going to go back to change to the other screen. Here, okay.
have a question.
Okay, go ahead.
So, just to make sure I'm understanding it, that matrix you put up, this is supposed to be for things in buildings that are going to be exempt, or that's your targets, your UI targets.
So this is meant to help us think about, as we're developing the means, what, how we will deal with different factors. For example, operating shift. And so we know that's going to be handled with normalization factors. So when we're looking at coming up with the mean for a given building type, and we see a big variance in the EUIs across the buildings in that building type category, if we see that if we suspect that it's because of different operating hours in those buildings, then we don't have to be so focused on trying to fix it in establishing the mean, because we know that the normalization factors will be there to account for that. So this exercise is really in helping us to develop the means and know when we have to deal with it in doing the math and the mean itself, or that it will be handled in other ways. Go ahead, Chuck.
Can you just elaborate on the second line there? I think I get it, but I think a little more discussion on that.
Sure, and I think I can do this as we go into the exercise that we want to launch into now. So just putting the question out there of what drives energy use in your building. And so that's basically filling in these rows. And so I'll go through what we have here, and what we want to get from you is maybe more specificity in what we've described there, or additional things that we've missed. So the first one there, I can't see it from my angle. Buildings with multiple activities, or mixed use buildings. Thanks, Bonnie. And then Chuck, I think you were asking about this one, the small percent of floor area driving the building energy use. So this is, for example, you're mostly an office building, but you have a restaurant, and that restaurant is consuming a disproportionately large portion of the energy for the building. But maybe by floor area, it's only, say, 25% of your building. So how would we be dealing with that situation? Well, that's what weighted average UIT is for. And then, so other examples here that we have for determinants of energy consumption are vacancy. How vacant is your building? 100% vacant, 90%, whatever. Occupancy density, operating shift, building type, building size, standard loads as opposed to unique loads. Thinking more about kind of process type loads here. And climate or weather, campus. We've heard a lot about campuses so far. So this is looking at both, if it's master metered and or there's a central plant, district heat, those types of things. Industrial manufacturing, if there's a lot of that type of load in your building, or that's what your building is, then it's exempt from this anyway. Vintage, heating fuel types, and then any type of on-site generation, renewables. So those are the examples. And so we just wanted to open it up now. And see, I think Monica's going to take notes, Santiago, and Poppy, you want to take notes. And our categories are kind of general areas of determinants of energy use, and then a couple more specific process loads, and then the kind of mixed use. And so popcorn out ideas, and at whatever category they fall in, we'll get it on the right one. But I wanted to see if you had a question.
Andy Brown speaking, basically just kind of rolling into this. So I wanted to comment on the small percent of floor area driving building energy use item you have up there. I mean, I want to ask a few questions about, like, when we talk about restaurants or like grocery stores. I mean, one grocery store might have deli prep facilities and a bakery, and another might be more dry store. So I mean, is this intended to be kind of just a weighted average that covers that spread? Or I mean, how are we acknowledging within those sub-uses different levels of intensity?
Yeah, and so, do you want to take this on, Dan?
Sure,
Okay.
yeah. So we're assuming that some of those, different levels of granularity will be captured within the EUI, but there's some understanding that not all of it might be captured correctly. So if it is determined that the specific building has an end use that doesn't, for example, doesn't fall cleanly within the end use that defines the whole, or end use, activity type that defines the whole building. There are methods available within Standard 100 to subdivide a building into different use types. So this is laid out pretty clearly in Section 7 of Standard 100. But we're also kind of allowing possibly other approaches here. I think Chuck has mentioned certain process loads which are specific to a building type, but don't necessarily fit within a broad activity type. Some of those can be accounted for separately. There will be clearer language, I think, in the future of how that's specifically done, but that's maybe one alternate approach. Does that answer your question? Kind of.
Also, I think like with grocery stores, and you think about within a grocery store, there's different activities going on, like you mentioned, deli. But most grocery stores have a lot of those different activities. So when we're developing a mean for grocery stores, most of the grocery stores will have most of those kinds of activities. So the notion of having different EUITs for the different activities within a grocery store, I think, is more granular than the level that we're developing at. Go ahead.
So are you guys not using the building type table that's in the standard, or you're adding to it, or could you comment on that?
So that was the option was either to use those building types or to use the portfolio manager building types. And what I think we're about ready to decide on, but definitely leaning heavily toward, is using the portfolio manager building types, or at least that typology. Like I said, we're not going to develop a target for every single building type that's in there, but and that's because that's what buildings will be reporting into the portfolio manager, and so it will be more straightforward to be able to select the building type that's in portfolio manager. And I think they're even talking about for Washington State, maybe adding what the EUIT is when you select a building type.
Sure. Okay, switching to a different mic. So for the small floor area, thinking about restaurants, one of the things we've talked a lot about in our office is this sort of difference between sit-down, kind of higher-end restaurants and a very popular fast food restaurant, like say a pizza parlor that's just doing a ton of takeout and this very tiny floor area versus very large floor area. Honestly, I haven't looked at the difference between those two. We don't have a lot of tiny restaurants reporting to us, but I would put that out as specifically for restaurants as something to consider because there may be some real equity concerns there, especially. So, yeah.
This is Poppy. I just wanted to add something. This is great input. I wanted to reiterate something that Faye said at the beginning, is that what A lot of this information and input that we're getting today is feeding into the development of the methodology. So we have a lot of the structure for that already built out, but we're trying to get more specificity on the analysis, emphasis, and priorities. And so that's why this exercise is so important right now, is because it feeds into what should we be looking at in closer detail, for example. And so when we're looking at the distributions of energy use by size, for example, this gives us kind of a prompt that we need to specifically look at restaurants. And this is exactly the type of thing that is great to get from the stakeholders, because you have so much experience with specific buildings. So that's really the purpose here, is to make sure that there isn't anything that hasn't been accounted for on both kind of high level determinants of energy use, as well as some of the specifics for unique process loads.
Norm Mentor again. I really appreciate the methodology. I think this is really great that you guys are thinking about it in this way, because this is so critical to how we think about it in terms of trying to optimize our buildings and keep them as energy efficient as they can be. I think the vintage line item could be expanded significantly, because one of the biggest drivers of the potential of any building to be able to meet a certain EUI is based on when it was last permitted. What energy code did it comply with? What energy code was it designed around? Is a stair-step pattern across history. So buildings that were constructed and like on the University of Washington campus, many of those have major HVAC systems that were built in the 1930s, and they're never going to comply or look anything like the EUI of a building built in 2016. So if we can further define that vintage by gradating EUI target to the building code that was in place at the time the building was last permitted, that might be a way to help quickly get buildings kind of closer to a target that's meaningful to them.
Yeah, I appreciate that. That's definitely something we're looking at and have been looking at. There's been some research done by Dave Balon, who's on our team, in looking at whether you can see the impact of code on energy use in buildings, and the kind of bigger, looking across a bigger data set, not specifically University of Washington campus, we're not seeing a direct correlation between codes coming in place and stricter codes and energy use in buildings going down. So I think there's in the future, with increasingly kind of performance-based target or codes, we might start to see that happen more. But as far as the existing stock of buildings, overall, we're not seeing big distinctions. And the other thing is, again, here looking at developing a mean for a given building type. That mean has to be based on a broad range of buildings in that building type. And so there's going to be old buildings, there's going to be newer buildings. And we do have this one option of developing a separate EUIT for, we're saying newer. We're not saying just new construction, but newer buildings. And what is that cutoff for when you say, okay, this is a newer building versus one that's in kind of the general population of buildings? Go ahead.
Show EUI target is different, or you're better off saying, like, by the way, it's not
And actually, yeah, I appreciate you saying that, because that's, there is that, if the building doesn't comply, you have your conditional compliance, you have your alternative path to comply. So if you are this 1930s building, it's got
the old HVAC systems, the old shell that's just really expensive to upgrade. You have a different path.
I just follow up, Norm Mentor again. I'd caution jumping to the conclusion that if you don't meet the target EUI, then targets don't matter anymore. Because if we're going to follow Chuck's lead here, the idea being that if you do all the cost-effective measures and reduce the EUI of your building, when do you know you're in compliance kind of thing, or will you forever be temporarily out of compliance or whatever? So actually, target EUIs could be thought of, one, as a screening device for buildings that either just comply on the face of them or need to go through an ASHRAE Level 2 audit. But all those buildings in the ASHRAE Level 2 audit, it'd be nice to get to the end where we would know, oh, this is this unique building's EUI target that complies with the code's criteria. So we could use targets more effectively, right? We could use them to actually create a optimum EUI for a particular building based on all this screening information.
Yeah, I mean, I do think it will be iterative. There will be updates to the targets every 5 years, and the idea is that this first round, the target's going to be here, and that's based on the mean is here, and then over time you get more buildings to get below that target, and that mean goes down, and you redo the target. But I do think that having a target helps you to establish the population of buildings that are above that target and need the most help in.
And so one final comment, I think we really need to keep an open mind towards the idea that buildings that have an EUI above the target are not bad necessarily, right? I think there might be a presumption here that high EUI is bad somehow. If you think about some of the building types that I'm interested in, hospitals, educational facilities, research facilities, teaching facilities, clinical facilities, the public good of the EUI far outweighs the amount of energy that they may consume that is above the mean target in the industry. So I hope we can move towards a more neutral stance towards what benchmarking is really useful for. So in the public sector, building owners are like Social Security recipients. We're on a fixed budget. We don't have revenues. The state legislature won't allow us to raise tuition. So we are on a fixed budget. We cannot rebuild our buildings every 15 years to compete with private property developers who have an economic motivation to do so. So these buildings get very, very old. They get very, very unique, and they get very, very historic. And they're going to have high EUIs, all right? And so we need to respect that.
Yeah, and I hope I didn't say anything that was like speaking negatively of high EUI buildings. They're buildings with opportunities. But what I'm hearing though is, there's educational buildings, hospitals, all of those have their high EUIs or whatever whatever their EUI is, and that's I don't know how to say what I'm trying to say. University of Washington has that situation. Even private schools have that situation. School districts have that situation, and so the population of those educational buildings all will develop what that mean is based on that population. It's not like we're comparing hospitals to office buildings. So I think we'll be able to address that with the fact that we have building types. Go ahead.
On that, I think it's also, it's not just, is it a high EUI, it's also the effectiveness of the work that that space is doing. Right? So I'm just trying to think about, like, if you have a higher density, multi-building building with a lot of studios, that's necessarily higher, like, bedrooms. We shouldn't discourage that. related to how much energy are we spending to do the same amount of work or to accomplish the same outcome. So it's maybe a little more driven by, or going back to like the restaurant example, it's maybe you have XYZ pieces of equipment in whatever square footage it is. Is it big equipment? Kind of get at how much work are we doing relative to how much energy.
Thank you. Back here.
Yeah, hi, this is Nicole. This is it's kind of similar to your comment for occupancy density. I think for certain building types that could definitely be considered a normalization factor. I mean, we certainly see that in multifamily, but then there are all these sort of other like non-residential uses that might fit in, like say a hotel with I forget what they call that, like micro-hotels that have all those little tiny rooms and things like that. Or so right now you only have occupancy density is built into mean EUI, and there may be a normalization factor on that one.
Yeah, I put this example in here. So there, another occupancy density example is if you have a whole bunch of tech workers in a room all on their own computers, and they probably have some big server closet compared to, say, a more sparsely populated office. So yeah, those types of examples. I hadn't really thought of the restaurant example you gave, and I like that concept of kind of sort of per capita concept, I guess. I don't know that we'll have to think about how we could incorporate that into our analysis.
Well, I definitely think that we can be looking at the data sources that we have and seeing what kind of deeper characterizations are associated with those energy uses. So I know that with both the national data set, CBEX, and to a certain degree, the regional data set, CBSA, that there is some occupancy density information. And so to whatever degree possible, we could try to access that information and see if we're seeing it have a big impact on the distribution of energy use. And hopefully through that analysis, we can start pinpointing where it's really warranted to have some sort of normalization factor or exemption.
Thanks. Go ahead.
Still on that same vein, yeah, you just be thinking about like what time frame that like the office situation, which you have to consider that a little bit more forward looking about maybe today it's okay to have standard that's going to come forward. I know even our building changed stuff.
And we are planning to use the CBSA that's coming out this spring. And actually, I want to put in a plug for they are struggling with getting data from the utilities. And so if you have data that's been, utilities that's being requested for the CBSA, it will be incorporated into this study and into these mean EUIs. I think they've gotten about 30% of the sample they've gotten utility bills for. Go ahead, Paul.
I just want to.
Can I get Amy?
Well, first, I just want to. All I have to say is I want to remind everyone to use the microphones on their table because people online are having trouble hearing the questions.
Oh, sorry. Okay, go ahead, Amy.
Popping up for a broader question, you'll be setting EUI targets for 2026 to 2028, but do you expect you'll have any sort of estimate for the following cycles? So, office buildings in 2026 will have this target, but our estimate is that as this progresses in 5 years and 10 years, this is what it will likely be, just to give some guidance.
That for when Poppy's talk, or do you want to address it now?
Sure, I'll just address it quickly. We are looking at having some sort of framework like that, and we'll talk about it a little bit even today. But I just wanted to note that having specific targets that are part of the rulemaking, that's not really a part of this process. It's really just those initial targets. But for purposes of understanding how to best set those targets, I think it's really helpful to be looking at what that trajectory looks like, and hopefully that can be a foundation for setting the next targets, or at least reviewing them.
Go ahead.
Jeff Glass again, and I'm here to represent healthcare. And back to this intensity of use question. In healthcare, I think that's represented by adjusted patient days or patient days. And in my experience, there can be a pretty significant variability in each community based on the makeup of their patient beds and their programs, to how intensively hospitals and health systems are being utilized versus other communities. So I think that can be a material factor in the determination of energy use. So that's a comment. The other thing I wanted to ask about in the table is the unique, I think it was the term unique uses.
Yeah, sorry.
And
unique process loads.
Unique process loads, right. And the question there had to be with how do we deal with that? Are we thinking about submetering those and expecting people to be able to know exactly what those loads are, or estimating them? And how do we, how do we think about dealing with that?
Well, first I want to make a comment on the first comment you made. And I think this whole notion of per capita and all that, I was thinking earlier when Chuck was talking about going through the definitions, and there's this weather normalized EUIs, but there's not this option to normalize to other independent variables, and that would be a way to do it. I don't have anything else to say on that, but just acknowledging that. On the unique loads and the reason we have an asterisk here, I think in us developing mean EUIs, we have building level energy use data. We don't have, and that's what we're using to develop the means. So to the extent that there are buildings that have some truly very unique process loads, or a unique process load, if we are able to identify that there is something unique, that it's a significant usage in that build, or energy usage in that building, it's something we would probably just pull out and not include in the population that we're using for developing the means. And then on the other side, if that building, looking at having to set its own target, it would be probably the weighted EUIT. It would probably need to, if depending on the portion, what square footage of the building that usage is, it would have the option of maybe pulling out that unique process load if it was able to submeter, or look at other ways of exemption or alternative compliance.
Do you have a thought about what unique might be? Things like MRIs, fume hoods, research laboratories with scientific equipment.
Write them down. This is what we're wanting
surgeries.
to get in. So the thing is, all of those uses you're giving, right, are kind of those uses that are in hospitals. And so what we want to figure out, healthcare facilities in general, is are those kind of distributed in enough of the buildings that they're kind of already incorporated into that mean, this column here? Or is it really truly unique that this building, this hospital, has some equipment that no other hospitals in our population has? And then we would pull it.
Well, it's more a question of, are process loads part of the code compliance question, really? I mean, we have a cyclotron at the University of Washington. Obviously, that's a unique scientific research piece of equipment to use hundreds of thousands of kilowatt hours in a day if it's on, and it runs variably, right, because it's related to research. Obviously, that's exempt, but I'm suggesting that all process load, MRIs that are used for research purposes, should be exempt. There's no amount of EUI that's good or bad about using an MRI, right?
Right. So, and that's where, we have labs and, research labs. We have an asterisk here. And maybe it's not a small percent of floor area. Maybe that's what that building does. But that's where there's potential that that's one that gets exempted. I don't know if Chuck has a comment on this, and I see.
Well, I was just
Fred
going to
Hutch
add in, I mean, Fred Hutch has a number of labs and they are all widely different in what they do, right? We have drug production facilities that are 70 air changes an hour where we're doing critical drug production. And then we have other buildings that might have 4 MRIs, right, located in them, but another building and this is all considered lab, right? So we have vivariums. Is that part of it's not in standard 100 as a category. Maybe hopefully in portfolio manager it is, but they don't all fit in. So I'm nervous that we're going to end up with almost all of our buildings being the level 2 audit pathway. And so I don't know. I don't know if you have any comments on that.
So I want folks to consider that this isn't the only place where we can figure out some of the solutions you folks are looking for. Okay, so for example, in section 7, which is the section that describes how you build your EYT for your individual building, it already has a way to submeter and subtract out unique process loads. So think about those sorts of solutions as well as thinking about what's going on here in the target setting. Granted, some of our research facilities and our cancer research organizations are doing some very unique stuff, and we should figure out how to acknowledge that either through unique target setting or through probably more there than through here, so.
Oh, it had been on the list, but it was getting too long. Yeah, EV charging is definitely on our minds. After this comment, I want to wrap up this part so we can move into the next part. And then I encourage you to go download the form and submit that way too. And people on the phone and hopefully others too. Go ahead. Yeah, and yeah, I appreciate that, and I think what I'm hearing is finding this balance of, you know, not just falling back on, well, you don't meet the target, so do your conditional compliance, and you're not going to be able to do that because it's not going to be cost effective, so you're just never going to get brought along. And so finding that balance of setting an aggressive enough target that we're meeting the other objective, which is to maximize greenhouse gas emission reductions, but not being so aggressive that we just leave particularly the older buildings in the dust. I think Chuck wants to. No, it's fine.
Actually, I don't quite know how to say this now, so I'm going to.
Okay. All right. Yeah, and Poppy will probably get to that in the target setting too. And another, maybe it's we're trying to be careful with using normalization factors beyond what's already in the standard. But if there's a strong case, it could be that we come up with something that's like a normalization factor that says, that's plus or minus some percentage based on the vintage of the building or something like that. So now I think it's 11:30. I don't know if we want to take a quick break. So yeah, I'm seeing bathroom break would be appreciated. And then what we want to do when we come back is basically go through these columns and think about how these different options could be applied to address to these different determinants of energy use. So 5-minute break. See you back at 11:35. Thanks.
Hi, this is Rochelle. Bruce, how are you? Okay. 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 Yeah. So those ones, because they're neon, will need to go site specific, which is good because that means you can get some help with the calculations from our engineers. So do you think they're all the same? Like store to store, they're pretty close. Okay. Yeah, yeah, that's okay if they're close then. Yeah, so how they do it is if you can send along a picture, and then if you have like one dimension, so it could be like you could have a pole next to it that you know the height of, or just something in that picture that you know the height of, they can use their tools to measure exactly the, you know, what we would pay on that for each kind of letter. Yeah, so if I mean, anytime, if you want to know it now, you can send me a picture, you know, right now if you have a picture, or we can, you can send it with the worksheet that I can't remember if I've ever sent you that worksheet, but I will send that and you can send it with the worksheet if you want to do it that way too. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah, so what we can do um, is, let's see. Yeah, if you have the worksheet, if you want to fill that out, it will be pretty blank because um, it's not really meant for science. It's more meant for
Get
pictures
started
and
here
other things like
again,
that.
and I think someone who is called in needs to mute themselves because we're hearing your conversation. Okay, I think we can get started here again. So this next exercise, we have our Post-its there. And what we're going to try to do here is use our Post-it. We have different colors for the different columns, and assign the columns to our different determinants of energy consumption. And I have the ... out here because we can also collect ideas that we may be missing here for how to account for these differences. So do you think, are you going to cover both of those, Santiago, or do you? Okay. Maybe we should put all of these together. And so I think to get us started, I'll go through how we've pre-populated, and I've talked a little bit about it so far, but you know, buildings with multiple activities, there's, in the standard, talks about how you can do a weighted average EUIT. And similar with the small percent of floor area being, that's really sort of a subset of the mixed use concept. And then, as we talked about, that there could be the option that you exempt some of those loads if it's the manufacturing load in your building. For example, vacancy is another one. There is, I thought I had it up here, but there's, in the standard, there's a vacancy ratio to deal with that. And we were just talking about, you know, what's the difference between, how do you distinguish vacancy and occupancy density? I think vacancy is more of a concept of, you know, is the space leased out or not, versus occupancy density is the space is occupied, but it's got low or higher density. So we're thinking occupancy density is something that's incorporated into the mean EUI. There, you know, there might be other ways that we need to be thinking about that. Did you have something to say, Poppy? Well, I just kind of giving an example of how we've populated it, and then we can get other ideas, or if people have agreed with how we've populated or haven't populated it. And see, operating shift, we've put under, there's normalization factors already in the ASHRAE 100 for that, that we'll be looking at, you know, do we need to make it more relevant to the Northwest, or is what's in there already applies? And then also just considering that it's part of how buildings use energy, and part of in the population of buildings that we're developing means from. And obviously, building type, we're developing the EUIs by building type. Building size is another one that we're thinking about. You know, it's everything, all buildings over 50,000 square feet, but then you still kind of have kind of that different cohorts of those sizes. And if you look at just a plot of EUIs by size, you can see that generally EUIs tend to be higher for smaller buildings and kind of flatten out as you get over into the upper hundreds of thousands. And let's see, we talked some about standard and unique process loads and how those would be dealt with. So there's options to exempt, and then also particularly for standard loads, just considering that that's just in the population of buildings. Climate, the law says there will be EUITs by the 2 climate zones that are in Washington, and then the EUIs are weather normalized. Campuses, we talked about some, so there's that you can do the weighted EUIs, and then being able to identify what campuses are in our data sets, and then how to deal with, you know, breaking buildings out of that. That's part of our process of looking at that, and definitely welcome input on that concept today. Yeah. Industrial manufacturing is exempt. Vintage, we've talked about some, and there is this concept of the, you know, option of the newer EUIT. This thing is hiding that row. I don't remember, did we? Oh yeah, heating fuel type, right, there's an X behind this, is, you know, it's just in how buildings use energy that's in our population. On-site renewables, right now we just have an X under that's in the population of buildings, but there's, I think, other ways to think about that. So that's what we have listed here, and just kind of wanted to go through that to start to get your thoughts bubbling up, and open it up for comments now. Go ahead. Oh. Yeah, sorry, I definitely should have explained the columns. So normalization factors, there is one in the ASHRAE 100 for the operating shift. So it's by building type, and you know, you either multiply, it's like a 0.8 to 1 to 1.2. It varies by building type. So it's a way to adjust your EUIT for if you have, your building runs a lot more than the standard, maybe 50, I think 50 hours a week is the nominal. If it runs more or less than that. Is that right, Santiago? Okay. Right. So that's normalization factor. So that's what's in the standard. That's what's in the standard, and we're hoping to stick with that. But if there's a really strong, compelling case for applying that concept to other energy use types that we're talking about today, that's something we can look at. The weighted average EUIT, that's another concept that's in the standard. And so that's just if, your building has office space and restaurant space and a data server, then there are different EUITs that you can apply. And I think it's based on by floor area. Let's see, exempt is just that the law says if you're a manufacturing facility, you're not, you don't have to comply. So there's a list of building types that don't have to comply. Built into the mean EUI, what I mean there is that we're developing the means off of the population of buildings that we have. And so a lot of these, it's just that they're inherent in the way the buildings in our population are using energy. And they're in enough of those buildings that we would just consider it to be, well, that's just the way buildings use energy. And the newer construction EUIT is that there's an option to develop a separate target for newer construction. We haven't decided on what that cutoff is yet. Go ahead.
Along those lines, when we say newer construction EUIT, is that D-rate factor or multiplier, or how are we
I don't think they're all options. There's not anything that says we have to do it one way or the other. Okay. So now that we've explained the columns and I've given you ideas of how we think we're addressing these different use types in our process, welcome responses to how we've done it so far and other ideas. If you disagree with where we've put X marks here, or if you think there's a different additional places.
One thing that was mentioned earlier, this is Jeff Glass, that I don't see reflected here is really the building mechanical system design. And I think that might apply more specifically to environments that are higher ventilation rates, like hospitals, for instance, for infection reasons. And codes and standards have ebbed and flowed over the years as to whether hospitals are better designed with 100% outside air recirculating systems. And if you happen to have a building that was built in that era when 100% outside air was viewed as the right thing to do for infection control reasons, that's almost impossible to undo. And it's a significant determinant on your energy use. So I think it's as big as almost any of these others in our review across our system. And even with heat recovery, it's very difficult to overcome the fact that you're bringing in 100% outside air as opposed to recirculating the air. So just to point that out.
And this is Norm Mentor following on Jeff's comment. That's totally true in university research and scientific buildings as well. Is 100% outside air is the number one determinant on EUI for those building types. And in those vintages of buildings where that was popular, they also would ventilate office space with that same air handling unit, that same system. And we can't separate that use out and create recirculated air or reduce variable volume systems. It's very, very difficult. It's a $4 billion problem on the University of Washington campus on 85 buildings and over 8.5 million square feet. These buildings cannot be legislated to be brought up to current code through this process. So my positive thought, sorry, there is an answer. Move some of the boxes from the built into the mean EUI over to normalization factors. And take Jeff's comment to heart that vintage is also about the age of the HVAC system and when it was installed and what its capabilities are.
Yeah, so that's what I was gonna say. I think part of it is addressed with the vintage question. But I'm hearing from 2 and maybe 3 different representatives from hospitals and kind of large hospital systems, common issues, which common concerns, which is kind of telling me, but then that's kind of in the population of buildings. Then that's driving the mean, that's driving what the target will be. So that's something that we have to think about is, does it make sense to separate it out when it's really just reflected in how a large number of these buildings are using energy, and it might cause that target to be pretty high.
It's just to clarify, it's also reflected in building types like university building or research lab
and that's
or clinical space, or there's a number of those designations outside of hospital. The hospital's got its own complexities, but there are a number of these building types that are in the ASHRAE standard and in Portfolio Manager that don't work very well for us.
I want to make I want to see what in Portfolio Manager building types, how they break out. What is a university building? Is there a separate distinction for research buildings, research facilities? Yeah, and so I don't want to get outside of the scope of what we're doing in developing the means and the targets, because a lot of that conversation is outside of what the targets themselves are doing.
Jeff Glass, another comment about building type, again, related to healthcare. I don't think Energy Star really appreciates this, is that nursing homes and hospitals are dramatically different uses. And I think they lump them together, but I don't know that for a fact. I don't manage nursing homes, but I would advocate that nursing homes get their own building type as you develop that.
They are noted separately in the CBEX standard. CBEX data set. Yeah.
And I'm looking at the Energy Star Portfolio Manager right now, and it's got for healthcare, ambulatory surgery center, hospital, medical office, outpatient rehabilitation, residential care, senior care. So it's got the building types in there.
Thanks. Other thoughts?
This was lightly touched on before, but as a variation for energy use, I'd be curious if like the ownership structure for that facility is a factor. So we were talking about either UWT campus or UW campus, or we have school districts in our service territory where they've had a harder time raising funds to do capital improvements, whereas a privately owned building may have greater access to capital. So I don't know if that's a variation in energy use, but I'd be curious to explore it as one.
That's a good point. Thank you. Go ahead, Corey. Yeah, it's exactly what I was thinking about too, and especially when you named off a lot of the more granular building types. It will be we're starting from the CBEX data and the West Coast region, which includes like California, Hawaii, and Alaska. So it's not 100% relevant to the Northwest climate. So then we're using the local data sets to kind of augment that and make it more relevant to the Northwest climate. But we can only do that to the extent that we have sufficient data for these all of these different building types. And that's part of the balance of why I was saying we're not going to do all of the portfolio manager building types, because there's not enough data to support developing means and targets at that level of granularity. Oh, yes. Yes. Right. Yeah. So CBSA has, I think it's 14 building types, but they're kind of a higher level. But they do have primary, secondary, tertiary, use space use types broken out that way. So that's a way that we'll be using to map to the more granular portfolio manager building types.
On fuel type, I wonder about district steam systems versus say steam generated at a site, and how losses are calculated in those district systems. Is it actually at the point at which steam is produced, or is it the point at which it's used? Which I think the utility bill would be at the point at which it's used and metered at the building location. So it's just a question.
Yeah, I mean, so the EUIs and the UITs are site EUIs. That's part of the trickiness of like a campus, right? If you have district, what is the site?
I guess I was thinking specifically more like downtown Seattle.
Yeah.
Where you're not factoring in the loss of producing that utility and distributing that utility into the EUI of the building.
Generation too, you've got the losses over the lines, but that's where we're looking at site EUI. So I think it's the same. It's the same with any heating.
Yeah, I think it's a little different when you think of a steam boiler system at a location versus a steam boiler system in a district. That was the point I was trying to make.
Yeah. Did we capture that somehow? So that, well, even, if it's you're talking about if there's an individual building that has its own steam boiler.
Or keep using the HVAC system, or
Let me use an example from our system, okay? In our system, Swedish Hospital is in our system. The First Hill campus receives their steam from N-Wave down on the waterfront. That is a steam plant, and it's distributed through downtown Seattle. Our Cherry Hill campus, a mile and a half away, has its own boiler plant. That boiler plant has efficiency loss associated with taking natural gas and producing steam. The Seattle First Hill is taking the product of that steam and its energy value at its gate, at its meter, which is a different calculation than the loss of producing the steam at a campus site. That's my point.
Noted. No response for it at the moment, but noted.
Question related to dual source. So obviously this is an energy intensity driven bill, but the stated goal of the bill is reducing greenhouse gas. Can you talk a little bit about opportunities to account for the dual source and make sure that that dual source in some ideas that have been tossed around previously are potentially allowing this sort of
Not quite. There's still, there's one guy that's kind of taking
Someone on the phone contributing to the workshop, or do you need to mute yourself?
at the moment. And
sorry.
Oh, yeah, he is a little bit like much. This is our problem. Basically, he's trying to get exempt, I think. He's just trying to say, like, they don't have money. They don't have allowed to take any more money in. So what are they supposed to do? And public institutions should be exempt. And going on a rampage. And I think it's Poppy keeps kind of chuckling and kind of being like, okay, well, let's refocus. And then she'll say something else, and then he'll move into that, but then take it back to.
Really quick, I don't know if Kurt has something to say, but people on the phone, could you mute?
Kind of
yourself?
distracting.
Yeah. No comment, Chuck. Well, I didn't know if you would have anything to say on the notion of a credit for. I don't think we can go there. Yeah. Okay.
Norm Mentor, again, just to follow on that comment, I think the general comment that would be applicable to everybody is that can we expect and engage commerce in a conversation around not just this legislation, but also kind of companion clean energy rules that are now being written around CETA, the new energy code, greenhouse gas emissions factoring and credit and measurement, and make sure that our codes are collaborative and coordinated so that we're moving towards the solutions that the state has identified to lower greenhouse gas emissions, right? And to reduce carbon in our buildings. If we focus too much on the site EUI here, we are going to miss the opportunity to revolutionize the district energy systems in the state at great expense, right? And detrimental to the overall goals. So if we can coordinate those, we have an opportunity to really do something good.
Yeah, and I think you'll probably will be talking about that after lunch today. Maybe not specifically the district heat yet, but definitely that's part of what we're looking at in the target setting, the criteria, is that bigger picture. What all else? And let's not be over in a silo over here. Right.
And applicability to the commercial sector is heat transfers between disparate uses within urban areas, for instance, or, so it's not just germane to campuses in the traditional sense, but buildings in general can transfer and share heat. It may cause their EUI to appear higher at the site base, but it may actually be the most sustainable thing to do at the district level.
That's a good point. I'm familiar with one of those types of projects. Yeah, yeah, that's true. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think he's just kind of like, well, I mean, that's what they are talking about, so I kind of get it, but this guy's saying like, let's move all these.
Well, and I think also, and I think Poppy will be getting into this afternoon some, is kind of that knowing that there's more aggressive targets down the road when you're thinking about spending a lot of money on your building. Does it make sense to go ahead and do it all now instead of piecemeal over time? Every 5 years, you're having to do a little bit more. Are we at a good, again, I encourage people to continue to make contributions via the input form. But I feel like maybe it's a good time to stop for lunch break unless there's any more burning comments. Yeah, well.
Just have a clarifying question. If we've made a verbal comment in this meeting, do you expect us to write a written comment to codify that? Or have you taken our input and can we assume that that takes the place of a written comment?
No, I think we're taking all these notes down. Unless there's some further, I think particularly, actually, I don't know if it's on. Good.
Or like,
yeah, and all of this will get.
There's opportunity to provide comments.
See, it didn't show up on here, but there's the other column out here where we're asking for kind of more details and justification for your comment. If you made kind of a high level, general comment here and you want to give a little bit more meat to it, that would be the reason to submit as well. Okay, with that, we'll come back after lunch and kind of wrap this up. And
I'd asked for a different one. This one really bugs my ears. I know it hurt. Like after about 2 hours on this thing, my ear starts to throb. Oh yeah. And I try to put it on the other side, and it's like quite get it right.
You're on the phone. Don't forget to mute yourself.
There we go. I know I need the over the head one.
Does that mean that nobody heard anything that I just said online? I mean,
That's correct.
okay. Sorry about that. I have to hold this a little bit lower. Okay, so just to reiterate, we're going to be talking about the initial target setting methodology, and today I'm going to go through the target setting criteria, some ideas around the emission reduction drivers. We're going to be discussing together what this target framework may need to look like, particularly looking out over time at the sequence of 6 EUI targets that will be established between now and 2050. And then ultimately, we will be using all of that input to develop our methodology, which we will then use to develop the targets. And we will be assessing the targets against this initial criteria that we set up at the methodology phase. And then eventually we will be presenting the targets and getting input from the public and commerce, and then revising those targets. So I'm going to be going through just to create a basis of understanding for some of these different elements. I'm going to go through several slides. Feel free to ask me questions or make comments as we go through, but just know that we're going to go back through these slides and have some targeted discussions on each of them. So for the target setting criteria, again, this is really looking at, we don't have one variable here. We have multiple variables, multiple intentions and interests in what we're trying to accomplish here. And so it's really important to have some sort of criteria / specifications for what is essentially a design process. We're designing energy use intensity targets for the state of Washington. So we're really looking at this through a design lens. So it's also a market transformation effort at the highest level. That's what the policy is intended to do. We're actually intending, with this policy, the state of Washington is intending to reduce the energy use of buildings that are greater than 50,000 square feet. And that isn't just a technical process. There's also a really major adaptive market transformation side of that. And so accordingly, we've broken out the criteria into both technical and adaptive criteria so that we can look at those things separately. And this is how some of the input actually fell out of our discussion on December 10th. And we also want to look at the policy context for the greenhouse gas emission reductions, because ultimately, all of this is contributing to economy-wide emission reductions, and we want to maintain and build in that interconnectivity as much as possible. And so let's keep that in mind as we go through this. So the first criteria I wanted to discuss are the technical criteria and what I've classified into technical criteria. And this is just a draft, and this is all informed by either the policy itself, the 1257 law, or input that we received at the December 10th meeting. So I went through and reviewed all of the notes from our breakout sessions there and culled out the most prominent input that seemed to be repeated multiple times or was really targeted at this question of the technical criteria. And by technical criteria, I mean, what should the actual EUI targets be, and what kind of greenhouse gas emission reductions are they actually achieving? There are many other potential opportunities and challenges that are more associated with utility programs or market factors, innovation, but those may or may not influence the actual EUI targets. That's the targets themselves are not the only mechanism for actually making this transformation. So I'm going to talk through these. The first one is that the targets have to be equal to or less than the means. This is basically a given. It's in the law. That's what we would call a design constraint. We also need to maximize greenhouse gas reductions. So that is also in the law. It's not as clear cut. We know how to translate directly that equal to or less than the means, the greenhouse gas reductions and maximizing them. That's something that I think we have to figure out as part of this methodology. Those are the two of the 6 that are actually in the law. And then the bottom 4 things that came out of our last workshop. So I wanted to summarize those for you. One is that a number of participants indicated that they thought that there should be early greenhouse gas reductions. I added that on there. That may or may not be something that we want to build into the framework or emphasize in these first EUI targets, but that is some of the input, and that would indicate pushing for more earlier and not having it as incrementally sequenced. That may or may not be the right way to do it. And we should decide whether or not we think that that's a criteria. The next one is the targets and/or the policy design allow for whole building optimization across fuel types. So one of the breakout groups we had on the 10th of December was looking specifically at utility programs, and another breakout group was looking at market readiness. And so this was something that came up within the context of those discussions, is that you have utilities that may be just one fuel that are both looking at offering incentives, either as part of the early adoption incentive program inherent in this policy, or just via their own utility programs. And if ultimately our goal is to maximize greenhouse gas reductions, is there some sort of conflict there if we're not optimizing the energy use reductions based on greenhouse gas reductions, because we actually have 2 different utilities involved in the process? And so the question for us ultimately will be, is that something that we can even address within the context of the EUI targets, or does that move over into the adaptive side? The next one is, the next criterion is structured within a predictable framework for target reductions and market adaptation. So in the greenhouse gas reduction breakout group, there was a lot of discussion around the fact that there are these 5-year intervals. How does that really align with the way that buildings typically plan and implement retrofits? Do we need to consider, for example, the city of Seattle in their work on setting standards? They were looking at maybe having less updates and breaking it up, doing more in less updates. But ultimately, the issue is, how do you get adequate market adaptation if you don't let people know ahead of time what's actually coming down the pike? So there's these types of regulations are asking a lot of building owners, for example, but it's also allowing a lot of flexibility and predictability for the market to actually know what they're shooting for and to feel more confident in their investments, in their business planning processes, so that we can kind of get everybody moving in the right direction. So that is one where it definitely crosses over with the market and adaptive side, but it really can, how we structure the framework and the sequencing of the EUI targets, at least on an implied level for this step, could actually really influence that side of things. And then associated with that, the last one is trigger market response and critical mass for capacity building. So some people were concerned that if you don't set the target low enough, that you're not actually going to have enough of a market signal and push to really even get enough capacity, particularly in maybe more remote areas, to actually be able to achieve the reductions. So I think that that's another one where the actual number could matter in this case. And so all of these things are really connected. On one hand, the building owners will need to meet these targets. On the other hand, ideally, we have a major shift in the market stepping up with innovative approaches and the capacity to actually deliver it. So in the end, we want this to be really, we all collectively as a state, I think, we want to figure out how we can make this work. And there's a lot of opportunity in establishing these technical criteria for the actual EUI targets to contribute to the ultimate effectiveness, I think, of this policy. So before I go on to the adaptive criteria, does anybody have any questions about these criteria? Okay, I will keep going. Why can I not realize what, okay, down. Okay, so these are the adaptive criteria. These are all also from the December 10th meeting. So this is an example of it being a refinement as we move forward. Thank you. So one of the contributions was to encourage early adopters to go further. So we don't want to lose opportunities with early adopters. Maybe they're getting an incentive, maybe they just do it earlier, but maybe they don't go further. Is there anything that can happen in the way that this policy is structured that we can encourage early adopters to go further? The next one, and these are somewhat connected, although they're not totally linear, but they are connected. And the next one is market readiness and capacity, especially in remote areas. And so the question here is, and the reason why it's in the adaptive criteria, is that market readiness and capacity shouldn't necessarily be a factor in where we set the EUI target. We're not talking about, especially with this first round, we're not going to zero. We're not doing something that cannot be done. We don't know exactly where that's going to be and how it will affect various buildings. But I don't think that it's really something that changes the target itself, but it's certainly something that we need to consider. And I think that looking at these things in tandem and not separating out the adaptive criteria will be important in this process, because ultimately, at the end of this, when we report out, we've already received so much really useful input along these lines with on the adaptive side. So we want to really formalize some of these recommendations, at least at a recommendation level, into our final reporting, so that there's some sense of a roadmap for how other sectors or stakeholders in this larger ecosystem can step up and help make this effective. So the next one is utility program readiness, and I would add in there alignment. We know that a lot of these things are being sorted out simultaneously, and the utilities, that's part of this process, is some direct utility engagement, not necessarily a part of this EUI target setting process, but part of the larger rulemaking process, is to work with utilities to look at how they would be rolling out the incentive programs. I would say that it's kind of beyond just how those incentive programs for this policy are implemented. And it speaks to the need for utilities to be transitioning their programs in general to better align with this new policy, which is we've never had anything like this. We have the code for new construction, but it's not outcome and performance based like this standard is. So having that endpoint really is kind of a game changer, and it'll be very helpful if utilities can start, and regional organizations like the Northwest Energy Efficiency Alliance can start thinking about how do we transition on the utility program side. The next item is technical path to reductions. So partly this is, we don't want to go so low that there isn't really a clear path. I don't think that we will be in jeopardy of that, but I think this is a really important point in terms of innovation and what building owners should start to really expect from market actors. To whatever degree possible, we want to ensure that the audits are as comprehensive as possible and that the energy management plans are as comprehensive as possible, and potentially even consider looking at what's the end point and ensuring that you don't have to just reiterate expensive audits multiple times, but that this first audit actually shows you a path to the end potentially, and the same with the energy management plan. These are things to consider because we also need to ensure that the strategies that are recommended in those audits actually deliver really major energy reductions and greenhouse gas reductions, and that they are can be done at the least cost. So there's a lot of this that needs to come from the market, and a lot of that capacity and knowledge is there. But I think that we all need to work together to help ensure that that value is really delivered to the building owners. The next item is cost effectiveness backstop. So this came up in the discussions where I think somebody mentioned, well, it doesn't really matter where we set that EUI target because we always have that cost effectiveness backup, and they won't be really forced to do anything that doesn't fall within however that calculation procedure gets finalized. But somebody else pushed back on that a little bit and said, yeah, but that's not really an ideal situation, that you're kind of kicking too many buildings into either having to do the audits, they're having to move out of just meeting the EUI target and into some sort of alternative compliance path. So I think that that's something to consider. We don't want to just assume that the cost effectiveness backstop is going to kind of cover things. But it is something to consider that there is some sort of backstop, and that there are normalization factors and multiple ways as to multiple strategies that are already embedded within the standard, as we just discussed, that help tailor things to the building. So that is something that is already a major part of this policy. The next one is accessible financing mechanisms. So people were pretty concerned that this is great, but we want to make sure that the funds are available. And some people today have contributed even further distinction on that there's a difference between private and publicly owned buildings in terms of their access to financing. I would say that this is more than just access to financing. It's, do we need to promote energy efficiency as a service? Do we need to ensure that we have effective procurement, performance-based procurement set up? A lot of that is already set up on the public side to some degree. How does that look on the private side? And in addition to that, one of the issues is with capital improvement planning and how much can be shifted over onto the expense side as opposed to the capital improvement side, and how much does that allow building owners to actually, how do we reduce friction for moving forward and actually accomplishing these objectives? So again, I think these are worth talking about within the context of these EUI targets. They are not the direct objective of this part of the rulemaking, but I think looking at them together is kind of critical. So does anybody have any questions on the concept of the adaptive criteria or any of these particular items of input that were contributed in the last workshop? Yes.
This is a lack of own personal knowledge, so I'm just asked the question. The utility program readiness, could you just describe briefly, as I understand it, the legislation gives the utilities the position to give the early incentives as a part of their programs. But does it compel utilities to participate or enable these energy efficiency improvements, or is that all regulated through the UTC and other mechanisms, and how are those coordinated? And maybe that's a whole nother workshop, but that's my question.
It's a good question. Did you want to speak to that?
Yeah, hi, this is Chuck. I just want to, within the law, the state's early adopter incentive program is intentionally separated from utility programs. However, utility programs already have a fairly rigorous regime for the sorts of efficiency targets they're supposed to meet. Now, one of their biggest challenges is getting customers to come take their program money. And so we're hoping that this is going to move customers to go to the utilities and get the utility contributions, as well as if they're eligible for the state incentive, to come after that. That's not how the UTC's system works. And the publics do it similar. So the publics regulate themselves with a auditor's backstop. So, so I think the primary change in the utility programs, as I've discussed it with others, is that they will implement more sooner than maybe some of their 20-year planning had anticipated. And they'll make the budgets available to do that because they have to hit these targets, particularly on the electric side. And doing it sooner helps them out.
Thanks.
Yeah, I second that. Our analysis definitely shows that the conservation programs are very useful for reducing waste within existing equipment and components within the systems in the building, but we cannot replace the entire system, which this code would suggest we need to do to get to the benchmark. How do we incentivize deep retrofits when they're not cost effective just based on the energy savings and the incentive program rebates? How do we find that other funding? That's the barrier in the market. The code, giving us a stick is not helping market transformation.
Thank you. No, these are really important points, and I think they speak directly to a combination of this utility program readiness and the market readiness and capacity. These are the types of issues that I think will need to be resolved because we have on the utility side, it's basically structured around different goals, and the programs, even the whole building programs, are not necessarily oriented around a specific endpoint. In terms of, for example, an EUI target, even an interim EUI target. So I think that these are great examples, and we would like to explore this further and are very interested in any kind of comments that people want to submit. Again, resolving the utility program readiness is definitely not in the scope of this project, but it is potentially a barrier and also connected to the financing. So yeah, great input. Any other comments from anybody on the phone or anybody else in the room that hasn't had a chance to chime in? Mark? Good point.
Can the commenters please use microphones? Nobody on the phone can hear them.
Yeah. I mean, I guess to quickly summarize, Mark Frankel mentioned that we do need to consider on-site renewables in relation to the cost effectiveness backstop. It may be with the decreasing price of PV and potentially sudden or dramatic decreases, it may actually be more cost effective than some of the efficiency options. And because this is a net energy EUI target, that the renewables really are, at least currently, within that EUI for both the mean and for the target. So it is a potential strategy. Okay, I'm going to move on. And so the next item is the policy context for the greenhouse gas reductions. And actually at this point, I think with the amount of time that we have, I think that, and we're having some discussion as we move through these, maybe I can have a couple folks, Faith and Santiago and potentially Luke, take some notes on some of these. We'll go back and review the recordings. But one, any comments on the technical criteria, the adaptive criteria, and then now the policy context for greenhouse gas reductions, and ultimately the framework. So that's about four things. Okay, so here's where we get to explore this concept of maximizing the greenhouse gas reductions and how do we translate that. And the structure that I've set up here is similar to the type of economy-wide state energy planning that is about to start in this state, and I think it won't be finished until the end of the year. But we can use a similar method of thinking about how we would set up the framework for these targets. And one is, should we be indexing the targets to the statutory requirements? And really what we have with that is endpoint goals and interim targets. So I want to just quickly go to this slide and then I'll go back, is that currently we have ecology recommendations for revisions to the economy-wide greenhouse gas reduction statutory requirements. And there is an endpoint of 2050 and then 3 interim targets for 2020, 2030, and 2040. So I'm not suggesting that these are what we use for the EUI targets, but this is the language that with House Bill 2311 will likely be adopted. And this is the overarching framework, I think, that will likely influence the development of the state energy strategy, which eventually will be delivering sector level emission reduction targets. So for 2020, it's 1990 levels, and these new recommendations also include what the actual greenhouse gas emissions would be. We can leave that aside for now. 2030 is 45% below 1990 levels. 2040 is 70% below 1990 levels, and ultimately by 2050, we're looking at 95% below 1990 levels and achieving net zero greenhouse gas emissions. So I think it was Norm earlier had suggested at some point, can we be looking at how these various policies intersect and how they might influence what we're doing here? I think we do have an opportunity to do that, and we'd like to resolve some of this within the context of our methodology for setting the targets. Again, it's nothing that would be codified in the rulemaking, but it's something that would inform our process. So I don't know that there's really any direct, you can't directly translate these to building EUI targets. We're looking at 1990 levels right now. For the EUI targets, we're looking at more or less current average EUIs and using that to index for the targets. But I think it's an important thing to keep in mind because this is why this policy exists, is for meeting these reductions. There really isn't any other reason for, I mean, obviously there are other benefits, but that's really the driver, to maximize greenhouse gas reductions and to try to have that section of the building population deliver on some amount on these economy-wide targets. So one, the question is, if we do index to the statutory requirements, or at least at some level, what that brings in is the concept of there is some actual endpoint that we're going to, and what proxy endpoint would we potentially use for this effort. Then the next item that really flows down from the economy-wide targets is aggregate sector-specific energy and emissions reductions targets. We don't have that per se, but we can have some sort of proxy for that. How much would we be needing to get out of this portion of the building stock for these initial targets and potentially over time? And our methodology for assessing the targets ultimately will be looking at the aggregate emissions reductions we would be getting from, for example, setting the target at the mean EUIs and just keeping it there. We can see what would that deliver and how does that play into these other targets that we have at an economy-wide level. If we reduced it by 10%, what would that deliver and what would the other implications be in terms of the technical or adaptive criteria? And then the next, so flowing down from that is what should those mean EUI reductions be to meet the aggregate emission reduction targets? And ideally, I mean, this is a little bit of a case study for designing policy and targets within this larger policy context for greenhouse gas reductions. And let me see here. So this is an example of the beginnings of a framework for thinking about what is the role of these 2026 targets within this larger trajectory. So this is a sample target setting framework for, I just called it out as existing greater than 220,000 square feet, since that's the 2026 deadline, and then it decreases in size for the 2027 and 2028 targets. So, but just for simplicity's sake, we'll just look at the spread for that size of buildings. And so each of these little arrows indicates a 5-year increment. So I'd like to open it up to discussion now, and we can go back to some of those previous slides if you'd like. But my first question is, what do we think about using even loosely the economy-wide statutory requirements, and would that translate as an endpoint goal in approximately 2050, essentially net zero ready, grid optimized buildings? Does anybody have any thoughts on that?
I mean, my personal opinion at this point, I don't have a ton of data to back it up, but the infrastructure upgrades necessary at some of our buildings to go to drastic greenhouse gas reductions would be very expensive. And, you know, just looking at the paybacks for those things at the way stuff is set up now it seems unrealistic at this point when I'm looking at how much stuff costs compared to how much energy we're going to save and the cost of that energy.
So are you talking about in the first increment or by 2050? Because part of this is that it's not a huge amount of time, but we do have 30 years to think about how the buildings can transition.
Yeah, I think technology and the cost of the technology to implement is going to have to come down drastically. And we've had buildings for 30 years, and we haven't done like huge upgrades of those buildings over that 30-year time frame. So, it's not simple to replace infrastructure inside existing facilities. And if we're going to intend to get those existing facilities down to net zero usage, that it's going to be difficult with the framework of how much thing costs to upgrade those utilities, right? If we're talking about a steam system that uses natural gas, replacing that campus steam system is going to be very expensive.
Mark, you had something to say?
The idea of using the wider policy goals on building UI is fraught with uncertainty because there's a lot of moving parts. We have laws for grid decarbonization, which means that by, I can't remember the year, but say 2040,
Yeah, my thought was that if you took this graph and just substituted the 2051, the goal would be to be 95% carbon free in our building stock. That would change my impression of those standards. Does that align with what you're saying, Mark? In other words, this suggests lowering the EUI as opposed to lowering the carbon.
So I would clarify also that because this is an EUI centric policy by Net Zero Ready, I did actually mean energy. And it's not so much that I'm proposing that I mean, this is just a thought experiment. But one of the issues with it being just about carbon is precisely these other sectors and things that have to happen in other sectors that you mentioned, Mark. And that's that when you look at most of the deep decarbonization pathways studies, you see that if you don't achieve really dramatic efficiency on the building side, that you dramatically increase the overall costs of the economy-wide decarbonization. So I think that that is an example of how it's very difficult for us to actually directly use those statutory requirements without it being within the context of a larger study to look at those trade-offs. But I think that it's important to keep it in mind that we're connecting back to these larger goals. And I would love any input that anybody has and how we could make that translation or how we could accommodate it. Definitely.
One thing we're discovering is that economic activity entails a lot of energy. Really no way around these kind of rules, kind of bring that to light, like 5% of the
Just one data point that I feel like I've seen with commercial buildings is that 35% of energy is wasted. So I'm not quite sure how that fits into the carbon perspective, but if like 35% wasted means that seems like a reasonable target to go after.
Okay. No, this is great input, and I think that I'd like to ask the group if there are any designers or people that are responsible for delivering these savings on a technical level. I know we have a couple folks on the phone and in the room. This gets back to the adaptive side of things and how achievable is it to reach some of these targets, and what type of technologies would we need? Morgan?
Amplify your voice, but it tells, lets people online.
So one thing that, you know, it's obviously a crux issue with all of these goals is that if you look at the cost effectiveness of replacing your HVAC system, which, you know, your HVAC system selection is going to be one of your main drivers for energy use in a building. If you look at just the cost of replacing your HVAC system, it's never going to be cost effective. It's going to be hundreds of years, much longer than a lot of the time, much longer than the lifetime of the replacement. But the reality is that if you have an old building that's not complying, at some point you're going to need to replace that HVAC system. So as a building owner, you need to be planning ahead, and then the money that we're talking about in terms of cost effectiveness is only the delta to add energy efficiency. It's not the whole cost of the HVAC replacement. So when you're looking at goals like this and owners are kind of pushing back on them, you have to remind them that they have to be planning to replace their HVAC system at some point in the life of their building. It's a fact. And so when they're looking at cost effectiveness, you really need to think about that delta. And then it becomes a much different conversation about what measures are actually cost effective, especially when you have utility incentives available and it perhaps increasing utility costs that are going to be needed to, you know, transition our grid over to a carbon neutral one. So and in addition to that, you know, obviously it's different depending on your building occupancy type, but for the majority of the buildings that we're talking about, this isn't a, you know, $500 a square foot problem. This is a $20 a square foot problem. And it's not a $20 a square foot problem add, it's a, you know, $10 a square foot problem add to get energy efficiency into the building for, you know, the vast majority of our building square footage, things like schools, offices, you know, all of our kind of typical building occupancies that we see in the region. So, you know, there are a lot of snowflakes that use a lot more energy out there. There's a lot of sort of stuff out at the right end of the bell curve, but then there's also a big chunk of the building square footage that this won't be incredibly expensive for.
I've got a comment on the phone.
Go ahead.
This is Steve Holloway with WashDOT, and this might have been said earlier. I couldn't hear all the comments about it, but the targets that we're talking about here in your slide, I just wanted to point out that those are proposed and not in law yet. And so it is somewhat of a leap, though I will say that there's a strong likelihood they'll make it through and get passed. But there are current laws or current targets in law that we're working towards. And I also wanted to just add that, you know, in terms of trying to assess an EUI to those targets, there's other ways that, you know, as in my portfolio that I manage, we're trying to find ways to meet those targets, and the percentage of buildings that meet the criteria that we're talking about today is a relatively small number, and it's more cost effective, or it's more bang for the buck to tackle some other problems. And so being that prescriptive might be challenging for the overall goal.
Okay, thanks. This is Faith. I wanted to add on to the comment from Maureen. That something that we've been thinking about as well is, the market value of buildings. If you've already gotten your building into compliance with the targets, then that adds value if you're going to resell it, that the next owner doesn't have to bring that building into compliance. It lowers the risk of the building.
Okay, so I think this is great initial input. I'm going to move on so that we can at least spend about 5 to 10 minutes on the newer construction targets, and then we'll wrap things up for the whole workshop and recap. So before we move on to new construction, I just wanted to emphasize that this is partly a thought experiment. Our discussion, we are trying to establish what those target criteria should be, as well as some sense of what this framework could look like. And so again, it doesn't necessarily have to be net zero ready at the end. It doesn't have to align directly with the statutory requirements that are, as some commenters have suggested, are under consideration this legislative session. But I'm really hoping that many of you can maybe look back through these slides and think about some of the questions that are posed in the request for input, and provide some cohesive thoughts on how you think that this could look, because we will be writing something out in the methodology, and that is going to be informing how we determine what the targets are. And you will all have an opportunity to see that as well in our next February workshop. So this isn't the last place where you'll have any opportunity on input for the methodology. So just quickly, so that you guys all have an overview, particularly for going back and potentially providing comments, we have a different policy context for newer construction. For newer construction, unlike the existing buildings, we do actually have somewhat of an endpoint that has been established in RCW 1927A 160, and that's the state energy code. And the requirement that non-residential construction permitted to 2031, the 2031 code must achieve a 70% reduction in annual net energy. So that could be construed as essentially a net zero energy ready target. There are different ways of interpreting it, but this is something that I think will need to influence how we establish the targets for newer construction, that we already have this policy framework established, and we have incremental targets that were set out for getting to 2031 from 2009, which is when it went into effect. So newer construction is on a much faster track. And so the question is, again, for buildings that are greater than 220,000 square feet, we need to be thinking about, we actually have this essentially as part of the goal already. This is just an idea based on the economy-wide targets. And so what we need to be looking at is, if we're going toward essentially net zero ready by what I would say is the 2036, there's about a 3 to 5 year delay in a building actually being built to that code and it being covered under this performance standard. And so that code that is supposed to be 70% by 2031, I would argue, should be delivering that energy use, those energy use reductions by 2036. And so the question is, that's only 3 updates, whereas we have a total of 6 getting to 2050 overall. And are we looking at, is it a certain percentage less than the 2006 baseline, which is the baseline for the 70%? Is it do we align it directly with what those incremental targets, how they were laid out in the energy code planning, or do we adjust them to some degree? So these are other questions that it would be great if folks could think about and provide some written input. This is the framework for our analysis for the newer construction targets. These are the questions we would be asking. Is that since we have this different baseline, then we would be needing to look at what those 2006 baseline EUIs are and how we can use this performance standard to help ensure that we actually achieve those savings over time and by 2036. And so we'd be looking at what surveys or other data that we have where we can look at the vintage splits and see how things are looking in terms of differences in energy use. Also, there are a couple of other projects happening. One is the State Building Code Council is developing baseline EUIs for both residential and new constructions. Non-residential. So we'd be wanting to look at these other sources for data that would be separate from the total existing building data. And then I think the biggest thing is determining the vintage ranges for the targets. So is this something where we're indexing to previous codes and actually setting the vintage ranges back before this policy even comes online? Or are we indexing to future codes where we have a little bit more influence potentially on the energy code itself and ensuring that when people build to that code that they understand the relationship? Those buildings built to previous codes like 2015 or 2012, they still will have to meet the targets for all existing buildings. It's not like they don't have a target, but they potentially wouldn't have a lower target based on their vintage. And it's a little bit tricky to determine, when a building is built, which code was it actually built to, and what is that actual lag. So we would have to take that into consideration. And then the third step is developing the targets. Well, if we know that it should be 35% below, like for example, if we know that the actual energy code policy stipulates that by this time you would be at like 35 or 45% below 2006, that doesn't mean that that's what we would actually use for the performance standard. Maybe we kind of adjust that or have, maybe we make it a little bit higher depending on what we see in the data. So that kind of covers, that's an overview for newer construction. It's a little bit more detail than we went into at our last workshop. We are certainly going to be thinking about this a lot more over the next month as we develop the methodology. Does anybody right now have any comments on newer construction targets or anything that was laid out here? Mark?
Various studies of max tech and all the data in their database. So there's a lot of data on what sort of is possible for that building. I have a different question on the notion of steadily improving performance on average. You get that by sort of targeting all buildings to achieve this. Or you can get it in the early years by getting rid of the outliers. Is there a notion that this policy is focused on outliers first?
I don't think that there's an explicit decision about that, but that does come into play with we know that the maximum will be the means. So we can't actually, what you're suggesting would maybe suggest something that didn't already have that as the max. So if we already know that we're going to be just setting it at the mean, we would be addressing a lot of the outliers, but probably more than just the extreme outliers. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think I'm following what you're saying, and it's a matter of determining. You're talking about doing it kind of from a backcasting perspective. I think that that's the real value in having a sense of what that endpoint is. And if we do have a sense of that endpoint, or we decide on even a placeholder endpoint, we can then backcast what those incremental amounts would be on the assumption that we are developing policy with the best available information that we have at the time, and that over time, adjustments will be made based on changes in technology and how far we're getting with how far we're reducing the means. So I think that.
Yeah, and I think to add to that, part of looking at it from this perspective, talking about backing up from an endpoint is what is the shape of that curve that you're backing up? Are you being more aggressive early? Or are you waiting because you're concerned about technology and market readiness? Where does that fit?
Since we're brainstorming and this is just vision setting, right? I mean, to think about the state's goals for carbon reduction and zero carbon in 2050 and how the building stock fits into that, my experience in 38 years in this business is that I think there is diminishing returns in this incremental approach to existing buildings. I just don't think it's gonna come close to this curve here. And the concern I have is being on this track is going to force us to replace buildings or replace big pieces of buildings. And there's an embedded energy in that equation that needs to be considered. They say the annual energy use, embedded energy in a new building is about 10 years of annual energy use. So there are pros and cons in terms of wholesale, not just the cost, but the carbon associated with reworking buildings has to be considered in this equation as well.
Thank you. Great point. Okay, does anybody else have any final thoughts on this? I think we can probably take just one more comment and then we're going to need to wrap up. Okay. If that's all, then you want to just do a.
And as with the earlier conversations around the EUI means development, everything that Poppy was just working through with the target setting, we got input from you here. She's given you a lot of information and perspective. If you have additional thoughts, people in the room and on the phone, your colleagues, use the form to submit additional comments. Comments are due February 14th, and we look forward to hearing more and incorporating your input into our methodology. So I think that's all that we have. Any other final comments? And then I'll hand it over to Chuck. Okay, thank you. Thank you. This was really great input. I really appreciate it. we get nervous that it could be crickets, so this was really great.
I'm going to wrap this real quick. It's 10 to 2. We've all been here a long time. Thank you all for coming. Keep your eyes on our website for the materials, for the proposed changes Commerce is making. Submit your comments and keep in the loop. Thank you.